No need to be concerned. This is why I had the mic muted for a minute. We might as well just do this. Yeah, nah. Last weekend, we did a short Stellaris live stream on Saturday. Sunday, we left for our family vacation for the night, and we went and visited Lake Michigan. Me, my mom, and my kids, my wife, we all do that every year. We go Sunday night, we get to the hotel and we check in. After check-in, we go play in the pool for 2 to 3 hours until the first child does the "I'm hungry," because you got to think, on this vacation it's my mother, who's almost 60, me, 36, my wife, who's 28, and then there's my niece, who's 13, my niece, who is, I want to say 10. She's either 10 or 11, I forget. And then there's my niece, who's 6, almost 7, or either almost 7 or is 7. I don't know. I know she turned 7 this year, but I don't know if she already did. And then so that's my mom, my niece, my niece, my niece. And then there's me, 36, my wife, who's 28, my middle or second child, that's Riley, and he's 9. Then there's Jackson, who's 8. And then my daughter, Nova, who's 6. So there's 10 of us, right? Did I do 3, 4? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of us total on the trip. So after pool time, we eat. Once one of the children starts doing the "I'm hungry," we go eat. And then we go back up to the hotel room, make sure everybody showers off, gets the bleach out of their hair, or the chlorine bleach, I mean, from the pool. We go to bed, wake up early, and by early, my mom was banging on my door at 8 o'clock because I slept through my 7 o'clock alarm. Because Nova was up until 2:30 in the morning. And then we wake up, we go have breakfast, we go out to the beach, and we claim our spot. And then we spend the whole day at the beach. We don't usually leave the beach until about 5, 6 o'clock at night. We go have dinner, and then my mom goes back to the hotel, and we go back home. It's only like an hour. It's a little over an hour drive. Like, once you add traffic and stuff like that, it's like an hour and 20-minute drive from my house to there. So yeah, it was not what you would call a productive week as far as content creating. I literally haven't gotten anything done. Have the loogies. I have the loogies. It's all good. You had families. Yeah. 8 uncle and 9 aunts. Well, in my immediate family, if you don't include relationships by marriage, it's me. I'm the oldest, then my brother, then my sister. My brother's 2 years younger than me, and my sister is 4 years younger than me. So I have 3 kids of my biological children, and then Nova is by marriage because she's my wife's daughter, but she's mine. So under me, I have a 17-year-old, a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 6-year-old. And then next is my brother, and he has his 3 kids. I think Giovanni, my nephew, is 9, and then my niece is 6 or 7. She's along the... I think she's 1 year older than Kati. No. Maybe not. I can't remember what grade she's going into. I can't remember. But anyway, so my brother has his son, son, daughter, and then another younger boy who's probably 3 or 4 now, because his name is Nick. And then my sister, who's the youngest of the siblings, she has 3 daughters. That's the immediate family. So in my kids' generation, there's, hold on, there's Matthew, Quincy, Brady, Elliot. Then there's Riley, Jackson, Nova. Then there's Geo, Kat, and Nick. So as of right now, there's 10 cousins in their generation. So between me and my brother and my sister, there's 10 children in the generation that we had, which, I mean, that's not bad. Each of us, with the exception of me, if you don't count Nova, me and my brother and my sister each had 3 kids, but Nova counts. It's just not counted on my tally mark board. Building a rocket, apparently. I did watch your vid. You need more legs on the pod. Yeah, more legs and, excuse me, sorry. I had that burp coming for a minute and I didn't want to keep talking. Anyway, yes, we are going to see... Was this the one? No, that's not it. What am I thinking? What did I even name that thing? I forgot. Wasn't it like MD something? Get past the gestures. MD, there it is. Alright, see, holy crap, yeah. No, my generation had a lot more cousins. But that's also because my parents had a generation of 4. So in my mom's generation, she was the youngest. So it was my mom had a sister and 2 brothers. So my grandparents had 4 kids. And then it was my aunt, uncle, and then my mom was the 4th one. So my mom was the baby of the family. Got spoiled, and it shows. But then my mom and dad only had 3 kids. So if they had 4, we would be pretty much on par to match my grandparents' generation as far as how many kids we had and how many kids each kid produced. So how many in that cousin generation. No. So let's talk Kerbal. Somebody somewhere, and I don't remember if it was a Reddit thread that I was reading, but somebody made a comment that there's many problems with RP1, yes. But one of the problems in RP1 is that sometimes if you build a rocket and it works really great, and then you change a whole bunch of stuff and you keep changing stuff and changing stuff and changing stuff, apparently that can affect how the game handles the data or how it processes what it's doing. And someone said, so if you start having problems with like staging and McJeb and all that, try to start from scratch. So don't reuse any portion of your old rocket. You can build it to look exactly the same if you want, but basically you're starting fresh. And it was not a bad idea, because we need some wins on the board for this, because I am on the verge of really, really wanting to go back and play regular KSP. I love RP1, but holy crap, I have spent over 100 hours on RP1 alone. Over 100. Hold on. Let me pull. I can do this. I love having a PC, because I can do this. So, Kerbal Space Program. As of right now, before we started this, we're at 215 hours already. And the majority of that, let's say 200 of that, is exclusively in RP1. In 200 hours, we have not gotten to the moon. We still have not mastered the moon in 200 hours. Now, let's be fair. Some of that 200 hours is me goofing off and trying stuff off camera. Some of that 200 is having to constantly go back to an old save file, fix mistakes that I didn't realize I was making, and then have it ready in the same spot before the next stream. Some of that is that, because we've done that 4 times now. So let's be 180 hours. 180 hours. And we have not gotten to the moon. Now, let's not mistake that for not making progress. Oh my goodness, this is all over. Hold on a second. There is something all over my screen. I thought I had fixed it before we started. I don't know what it is. It's sticky and waxy. I don't know. I think it's something to do with the wildfires. Like, I don't know. Something in the smoke, in the air. Oh, that's another thing that's been going on in my region. Have you seen the movie Luke, Silent Hill? Played the games at all? What do you know of Silent Hill? I don't know what that is. Sorry, I'm not doing anything. Like I said, when I started the stream up, I sat down and there was a whole bunch of little tiny spots of this stuff all over my screen. I cleaned it up. But as I was sitting here playing and moving around, I started seeing more spots down here in this corner, right in this area right here that I missed. Chat. You aren't a few billion short and a few thousand staff short. So given a few billion... Okay, so yeah, my town looks like Silent Hill because of the wildfire smoke pushing down from Canada. Our it's better today. Yesterday was better. It was getting better yesterday. Yesterday morning it was pretty bad, but the 2 days before that, my entire city looked like Silent Hill. Like, I should have took pictures, but I was driving, so it would have been irresponsible. So yes, I figured we would recreate a new version of the Moondragon. And I realized another mistake that I've been making is that I am treating this rocket, or I was treating the rockets like it was regular Kerbal Space Program. And I realized how much of a mistake that was, because it was affecting our mission profile as we everything after launch. So, what my goal is, this stage by itself is what we expect to land on the Mun. What the mission is going to be. Hold on. We'll save that. Let's start back at the basics. Day 1. What is the mission? Holy Kessler Syndrome. Alright. So, mission parameter. We need to launch from Earth an unmanned probe capable of going from the surface to orbit. From orbit, we intend to burn and transfer to a lunar capture. So, starting from the finish line, we need to put a probe on the moon. Those are our only mission parameters. Unmanned probe landed safely on the moon. According to... This is the lunar mapper. It should be doing its job. Boop, 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 boop. This one says it's done, but I don't know which of these missions it would have been. Or if I abandoned it. I don't know. Anyway, to the mission at hand. Anyway. And the mission says 2 stages. Where did you see that? 2 stages. Oh, 2 stages. Oh, there's the lunar lander. I'm so stupid. 2 stages. The mission says 2 stages. I don't understand the mission says 2 stages. Anyway. So, the idea is that the rocket you just saw in the VAB is going to be what's sitting on the moon. We have some science on board. We have a powerful radio antenna. We should be able to transmit science directly back to Earth. And it serves another purpose. Actually, that's completely pointless now that I think about it. Anyway, we're going to skip that. Pretend I didn't say that. Now... That is the mission. So, the rocket, the fuel, the Delta V on board that stage is bookmarked with the idea that it will be released into a low lunar orbit. So every drop of that fuel that we're planning starts at the decoupling point. So we're going to get into a lunar orbit, we're going to point retrograde, and then we will decouple that portion from its transit. I don't know what you would call it. Transit stage? Transfer stage? Transfer stage. I think it'd be transfer stage. So, transfer stage would be depleted and left to decay in lunar orbit. Then we burn retrograde to lower our periapsis. As we come to the periapsis, we will burn retrograde again to begin our descent to the lunar surface. So all of that fuel is for that purpose alone. So now, the next stage we have to think about is the lunar orbit. How do we get from here to here and achieve a stable orbit? How much delta V do we need? So, with that in mind, what we're going to do is come over here. KER. You'd think I would save this, but I didn't. Where was the one that I found that was insanely helpful? It is not 12,000. I know it's not. This is a lie. You sold me lies. I denounce you. Whoops. Okay. I need a DV map for RP1. What is this all about? There's lots of cool stuff happening on this chart. And I can't read any of it. Anyway, that is cool though. If that was a blanket, I would want it. Can't I just get... I know I found it at one point. And I should have saved it, and I didn't. Or did I? Oh, maybe I did. I feel like I would remember saving it, though. Yeah, see, I didn't. Drats. Okay. Maybe... Yeah, this is the same one. And it doesn't take 12,000. Oh, wait. It doesn't take 12,000, does it? That one's just a mess. I like how they did it. I like how they did it, but the way that it's handwritten doesn't speak to me. What about this one? That's more like it. 9,400 is more what I was expecting. Alright. And it's a PNG? Oh my lord. We're going to keep it simple. Okay, so now if I close that, we're going to leave that up for now. So if I come back over here, and then I go... Is it this one? This one? This one? This one? And this one. And then I push this button. There we go. All right. Now, can I zoom way in? All right, so let's start from the top. I'm assuming this is the moon. We don't have a whole lot labeled here. That could prove to be a problem. I'm assuming this is the moon. It's got to be, right? Because I don't know exactly what this is. It's not labeled. Let's see if we can find one that's labeled real quick. Because I do like that. I'm glad I have that. Okay. See if that helps. Let's find us a DV map. See, there... I like the way this is set up, but it's just not labeled. What about this one? Is this one labeled? That's for Kerbin. Okay, yes. Awesome content, Apollo. Ooh, that one's pretty. Okay, I think this is what we're looking for. Okay, so we start in Earth. We're gonna call this 95. 90. We're gonna try and pack for 10,000 meters, dedicated to low Earth orbit. It's 35,000 kilometers. So that's 10,000. Okay, so here's where we need. All right. Let's get some mission planning going here. I know this is not prime content, guys, but this is actually really important. Kerbal Space Program stock is actually extremely forgiving. I'm learning very quickly that RP1 is not. Alright. Now, one of the things I'm thinking about doing, which I've seen recommended on a few different forums and threads, is uninstalling RP1, but leaving the RSS and the RO. Which would basically leave everything the same. It would just make it to where we're not tied down to the constraints of the programs. That idea is really heavy in my mind right now. Because I think I've had my fun with RP1. I have a great deal of respect for it, but I can't wait to get back to doing what we were doing with regular KSP, where we just didn't really worry about the missions. We set up our own missions and did it our way and had fun doing it. Alright, so we need 9,256. Let's round that to 9,500. 9,500 plus 2,500. And since I rounded up on both of these, I'm going to forget this. I'm not going to add these 0.093s because we've already accounted for them by rounding these ones up so dramatically. So, that puts us at 12,000 meters per second. Okay? Now, the lunar transfer. 0.1, we're going to forget that one. So, we're just going to skip right down to this. 1,721. Let's just round that to an even 2,000. Alright, so that puts our total mission delta V at an even 14,000. So 14,000 is our mission requirement right now. Now, for this stage right here, so what I'm thinking is that we have our lower stage. So now the next question I have that we have to kind of think about. You are amazing. Just do what you need to do. Yeah. Yeah, well, because I'm not... I love the concept of having all of the historical parts that you unlock. I love the new tech tree. The new tech tree is amazing. I feel like that tech tree is exactly how it should have been the whole time. The tech tree that we're using right now in RP1. I love it. I'm a huge fan. It should have been exactly what the tech tree looked like from the start. I'm just not a big fan of how the programs are set up. I'm a big fan of how they're set up, but the biggest thing they're lacking in RP1 is private contracts. They should have a way where you look at yourself and you're like, it is 1960, I'm a little bit behind. What would really benefit me is being able to go into the mission menu and having a tab that's labeled private contracts. Now, you have your programs that are exactly how they're set up. The programs are perfect. But then under private contracts, you could it would be set up more like regular KSP, where it's like you could accept the private contract from the military to put a spy satellite in a specific orbit. The mission parameters are you have to launch it at night. You have all these mission parameters, and it pays $150,000. So you could build the rocket and do the launch for, let's say, 10,000, or less, because you might have a rocket already tooled that all you have to do is modify the payload, and you launch that rocket, and then you get it, you do the mission, you get the money. And then you could have missions from the military, you could have missions from competing space agencies, you could have rescue missions, you could have all the same kind of missions that you had from the original KSP, but basically they're there to make a quick buck. So that way, if you're, hey, I'm trying to fulfill my program to land on the moon, and I need more funding than I'm getting. So then I could go grab a couple of private contracts, do those real quick, and then it's like, now I have money to continue the program and get it done on time. They just didn't, in my opinion, they didn't add enough ways to make enough money to really enjoy the game, because you have to go from one program to the next nonstop. There's no stopping it. All right, so if I'm doing the math right, we would have to have our lifting stage equivalent to about 10,000 meters per second total. Let's just budget the lifting stage for 10,000 meters per second total. That means we have 4,000 meters per second left. So out of that 4,000 meters per second, we have 2,000 meters per second already earmarked for this stage right here. So that means that we need roughly 2,500 meters per second for a transfer stage. So now the question is do we continue down the path of asparagus staging? Or do we make this a more traditional approach rocket? That is a fantastic question. Let's go answer that. So we need something dockside. Thank you, Luke. I do appreciate you. Yeah, I might, because like I said, I'm having fun with the system and the building, and I love that. I enjoyed the way that the programs are set up. I love the programs and how you have multiple objectives in the programs and so many years to complete it. The only downside is there's no extra way to make money here. There's no way to farm a specific contract. You're basically pushed from program to program, and there's no way to do anything in between, which is it's not bad. That could be exactly how they intended it to be when they designed it, and it's not a bad way to play. It's what it is they don't, if you're going to play RP1, they want you to play RP1. You know, they don't want you to get sidetracked building space stations when you're supposed to be landing on the moon. I think that's what it is. They want you to go through the process instead of just skipping parts and going places and doing things. But no, I am heavily considering it, because I have more content for Kerbal that I could be doing, and the content that I had envisioned for RP1, I think it's better suited for making videos, to be fair, because there is a lot. I'm telling you, we have almost 200 hours. It's a lot of go try this, it didn't work. Go tweak it, it didn't work. Go tweak it, it didn't work. Go tweak it, it worked a little bit better. Oh, hey, we might be on the right path. Tweak it down that path more, it works better, and now it doesn't work at all. Go back to the last build. It's just a lot of circular building, and you don't actually get very far. You're going to spend 10 hours tweaking a rocket for the perfect mission, and then doing that mission is going to take maybe an hour. You're going to spend maybe an hour on that whole mission, and it took 10 hours of prep time to do that 1 hour of mission time, which is exactly how it works in real life. Don't get me wrong. They nailed it. They nailed it. But as far as content creating goes, I feel like we're getting stalled down. 200 hours and not on the moon yet. Like, I can get to the moon in regular KSP in like 20 minutes. Not to, not to brag or toot my own horn, my master Kerbalness. Okay. Anyway. Alright, so this stage has exactly the amount of delta V that it should have for what we're asking it to do. However, I don't know how hold on. This engine, I think, has... See, it has two different toggle engines. There's different engines you can use on this engine. You can use these two outer engines or the one center engine. And it says that you set it up as an action group, which is fine. But we have two different toggle engines here. And neither of them are labeled. So what we're going to do is custom action group 1 is going to be this toggle engine. And custom action group 2 is going to be this toggle engine. Okay, what if I get rid of it? So if we push number, I mean, we're going to have to science that. Actually, we can science that right now. Okay, we're going to the moon. Orbital altitude of, let's say, I don't know, 30 kilometers. Simulate. Let's go see what it does. Let's go see what she does. She could do a good job. She could do a great job, and we just never know because we didn't give her a chance, see? There we go. Let's lock to prograde. Actually, let's lock to retrograde. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Playing Kerbal? That's because my wife is at work. I really don't know if this antenna was necessary, but it adds redundancy to the system. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate the engine. And I'm going to push toggle number 1. Okay, so that is the main engine, I think. And engine number 2 seems to... Oh, so the other engine does require... That's what it means. Okay, we've learned something. One of these engines is a high-pressure engine, and the other one is not. So that gives us the opportunity to go address the issue. See, I like this part of RP1. This part of RP1's fun. Okay, so this bad boy, choose tank type, needs to be highly pressurized. So that should be highly pressurized, right? Or can it not be highly pressurized because it's... Well, let's go find out. But yeah, I was thinking, Luke, what I might end up doing, and maybe even doing it this stream, the more and more I think about it, is I might uninstall RP1, but leave RSS and RO. And then what we can do is get back to doing it how we used to do it, where you guys, we design a mission, and we just go one step at a time and try to get to every single planet. Because I think doing it on our own time is more fun. I do enjoy RP1 though. I think they did a good job with it. There's a few things I think I would have gone a different direction on, of course, but that's everything though. I don't think there's anything in life you can do. Okay. So that tells us that we are not running a high pressure tank. That means we can't take advantage of that engine. Can you add another set of legs and reduce the hydraulics? Yeah, we still have to test all that. What we need to do is go... I think we should use isogrid tanks for this. They're the lightest, allegedly. Alright, so we got polygon, six sides, 1 and 3, 1 and 3, aluminum high pressure tank, okay. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, now we take this, put it down here, move this. Why are you being weird? There you go. And then we stick this up in here. And then we fill for the 417, the 417. Okay. Oh, look at that. We increased our delta V by a royal shit ton. That's way more than we're going to need, I think. What was the number that we came out with for this? Yeah, I think we could go to 2,500 comfortably and still have room to mess up. So what we're going to do is reduce the length of this by apparently a lot. I think that's more than fine. So this is the package that we're going to actually land on the moon. Okay. So let's save that. We'll simulate it on the moon, same conditions. Can you add another set of legs? I'm trying to work from the ground up. So once we get, which I think we have a really good design. It has more than enough delta V, plenty of thrust to weight ratio. Because keep in mind, we don't have to take back off again. This is all just for a lunar landing. That is the entire mission goal. Okay. Do that. We'll turn retrograde. All that needs to go onto an action group. Alright, we are set up and prepared for landing. What kind of electricity are we working with? 2 hours. More than enough. Alright, so let's activate a retrograde burn. Number 1. What needs high pressure tanks? Do I need to add a completely separate tank for those engines, perhaps? Maybe they take completely different propellant. But yeah, what I've been trying to explain, Luke, is that we need to get back to tackling one situation at a time. Because I think some of the issues that I'm having is that I continuously I make too many changes, and then you never know which change is the one that fixed the problem. Whoops, what did that do? That's what I was trying to do. Alright, so now we have 2 tanks. So, if I fill this one, first of all, remove all tanks. This is high pressure. So it is a high pressure tank. Choose tank type. Highly pressurized. Do I even have that? I do have that. So high pressure. So if I fill this for that, and then I come down and I do the same thing here, it's going to be the same fuel. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, does it, SpongeBob? Because now we're right back where we started. Well, ain't that a pickle? How does that work then? How does that work? Because I think the engine, what is this? This is the KTD 417, okay. KTD 417. Which one are you? That's the KTD, blah, blah, blah. 417, here we go. This is a lunar landing engine. Uh... Okay. I'm so confused. It does say to use an action group to toggle between the main and secondary engines quickly, making landing easier. I'm so confused. Hold on. I'm so confused, Luke. But no, I am working on more different kinds of content coming out on the channel. I am actively working towards that. Alright, so I ain't gonna worry about nothing else except this, that, and this engine. So, I'm gonna go throttle up. Oh, I never filled it. Damn it all. Okay. Because the next series that I'm going to be working, I don't know if it's probably going to be more than one video knowing that game though. So the next series I'm working on currently is a Stellaris series. I'm going to be working on fill for the tank. We're going to be working on doing a Kerbal playthrough of Stellaris. So we're going to start a new race, and we are going to play through Stellaris and roleplay as Kerbal's taking over the stars. So Kerbal Space Program would cover the history of the Kerbals going from rocketry all the way to colonizing their own star system. And then Stellaris Kerbal will pick up from there and see what happens when the Kerbals finally go from being a single system species and start colonizing other stars. What sort of shenanigans will they get into? You'll have to tune in to find out. Alright, so full throttle, engine fires. Number 2, it still says it doesn't have, it needs high pressure tanks. I have high pressure tanks. This is high pressure aluminum. High pressure refined aluminum gridded tank. So yeah, we're pretty much prohibited from using our tiny engines, I guess, because I don't understand. I just don't understand. It is a high pressure tank. A high pressure tank is exactly what we have. So yeah, I don't know. Now, that being said, it could very well still be the best engine for the job. Because, I mean, it is throttleable. But I think it would benefit us to explore secondary options. Because what if we can find an engine equivalent to this but it doesn't have these secondary thrusters that we can't use anyway, and it would save a little bit of weight not having that equipment that we can't use. I don't want anything on the mission that we can't use. So having that extra weight is kinda silly. Alright, so is it sorted by name or sorted by mass? I'm pretty sure it's sorted by mass. So this is the 417, which I think is this one. Alright. So what do we have here? We have not throttleable. Well, that answers that question. Back to the first problem. Oh, that's not good, dude. That doesn't sound very good at all. I don't trust doctors myself. What do they know? They don't know nothing. They don't even know they don't know nothing. Yeah, I'm thinking that no, even yeah, I guess I just don't understand because it has high pressure tanks. It's high pressure. I can't make it any more high pressure than it is. It's high pressure. That's exactly what it is. I guess we'll see if that did anything. Comes with the job. You just gotta do what you gotta do, man. Everybody's dying of something at some point. I'm very cynical about death, dude. I mean, it's the only thing promised in life. You are born with but one promise from your Creator. And that promise is death. Everything else is optional. Alright, take 26. Let's do this. Alright, so, see, I yeah. I guess I don't get it. We're just gonna simulate the rest of the landing. You might be right, Luke. I'm not worried about the legs right now. Ain't no reason worrying about the legs when we got to worry about getting to the surface first. One problem at a time, my friend. I'm just really confounded as to why we can't use our little engines. We have a high pressure tank. It literally says high pressure aluminum gridded tank. It's high pressure, HP, high pressure. That's what that HP means. It's high pressure. Now the other thing we can start trying to figure out how to use is the landing guidance. Because I don't know how to use this. See, pick target on map. I don't know what that means. Now, is it just that easy? Like, you just click the button and it does it? If it's that easy, it can't be that easy, right? There's got to be a hitch to this. I don't know. Oh, it does. That's gonna hit pretty hard. Holy dude, Luke, that worked. That's cool. And we used up all of our fuel. So this looks to be like it'll be our... I'm wondering if we should turn the solar panels sideways. Hold on, let's do some experimenting while we're here. So now... So yeah, that'll get us all the surface science in this area. And it has plenty of electricity. That's what we needed to see. Okay. I'll be... Wait, what am I looking for? This one. Alright. So, we don't need more legs. We don't need safety systems. It's unmanned. There's nothing... Okay. So that's satisfying all mission parameters so far. So we can get rid of these out of the action group because it doesn't do anything. But what we can add is all of our other stuff. Okay. So this is going to be left exactly as is. Now, we have to consider how we're getting it there. Whoops. So that's the next question in this series of events. So, maybe what we do... Put that here, and then we'll go to fuel tanks. Huh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. The Katniss parts pack. So is that just like a pre-made Saturn V? That's cool. Very interesting. Another modular tank. Sorry, I'm distracted, I know. So this one, I think... So this one is just a transfer stage. What did we need for that? So the transfer stage, we're going to plan for about 3,000 meters per second. let's shoot for 3,000 meters per second and see what happens when we get there. Now the question is do I use an isogrid tank? And what engines? Now we're past the small engines, and we need a good mid-sized engine. Actually, you know what we can do? So, the J2s. Okay, the second stage by 5 J2s, and then the last stage was just a single J2. Okay, so we need the J2. Sort by name, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Where's my J2? There's our J2. Holy J2. Well, I mean, this stage is going to be significantly larger than it actually is now. Fill for the J2. That gives us our delta V rating, which, what did I say we needed? Was it around 3K, I think. Around 3K. So what we're going to do is we're going to up the diameter. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I wish we could do polygon. Alright, I guess cone is the winner of that. Alright, so we are going to need a payload fairing over all of this too. Bottom needs to be that. Did I say 3K or 2K? Around 3K, that's what it was. So that, what's our weight? We're up to 15 tons already. We're up to 15 tons already. And yeah. This is just our ride to the moon. Alright, whatever, dude. Payload. We need That right there. Yo, what's up, Pablo? Yes. We don't need more solar. Why would we need more solar? The mission went perfect. We don't need more antennas. Everything on the mission worked perfectly the way it was. You gotta think. You gotta think about adding the weight. You know what? Look at that thrust to weight ratio. This thing is going to accelerate itself apart. Hold on a second. I need to take a peek at something real quick. Hold on. Earth. Start in orbit, circular orbit at 200 kilometers. Oh wait, it's not going to work. We don't have avionics. We didn't set up the avionics. But yeah, I think this is a better way to run these missions. Instead of trying to reuse old rockets for new missions, the idea was solid at the time, with the idea being use the same rocket and just switch out the payloads. Which I think we can still do. We can still do that system. But I think planning the mission in stages and each stage having its own Delta V budget. And the computer is not liking that. Uh-huh. Alright, let's configure these avionics. So, configure right here. This can be a near-Earth core. It needs, we'll call it 17 tons. And we're gonna guess around 1,000 electricity. Okay. Let's try that. Dooby doo boop boop doo boop. Put your hands in the air if you feel fine. We're gonna take it into overtime. Talking about the Space Jam. It's crazy. 4,900 meters per second. 4,000, yeah. But only 44 seconds of burn time to do it. That is insane power. Even on Earth at sea level, our thrust to weight ratio is 6.21, or is that calculating it in orbit? I don't know. Something about it likes to lag, though. We are getting insane lag. My goodness, what is the deal? I'm going to give the PC just a little bit of time to catch up. This is crazy. This is not a weak PC. Luke knows. Wondering if I need to restart the game. Anyway. Alright, so this more batteries? We don't need more batteries though. Dude. What is happening here? Why am I getting such horrid lag? I want that to be normal. I'm supposed to be cutting, hold on. What is going on here? We're not like redlining anything. I mean, everything looks like it's doing just fine. I don't know. Could be everything that's stuck in orbit. Yeah, it's gotta be the game. It's gotta be. Alright, so that takes 3,148. Well within our budget. That is well within our budget. Yeah. I think what we'll do is we'll just restart the game. We're going to give it a chance, though. So that way nobody can say we didn't give it a chance. I believe in giving everything a chance. Even if I'm pretty sure. Like, I could be like, well, I know that ain't gonna work. My kids learned. My kids know. My kids know damn well. I have taught my kids If they come to me and they're like, "Hey, Dad, I want to ride a sled down the stairs," I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say three things. First and foremost, it's a bad idea, homie. Just telling you straight out the gate, it's a bad idea. You take that information, do with it what you will. It's a bad idea. Okay? I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm not telling you you can do it. Just saying it's a bad idea. Second thing, if you break anything of mine, like my walls, my house, pictures, my computer, anything that's mine, if you break it, I'm going to break you. You break your stuff, that's fine. Break your stuff. If you break your toy, that's your problem. You break my window, we have a problem. Okay? And third, I ain't telling your mom that you asked me. If you tell your mom I asked you, or that you asked me, I'm going to call you a fucking liar and say they didn't ask me shit. Why would I let them do that? Okay? So that's how that works. It's your decision to make. It's a bad idea, but it's your idea to have. Okay? First and foremost, 2, don't break my shit or I'll break you. Do whatever you want in between those lines. That's your boundaries. And 3, I will maintain my innocence even if I'm not innocent. Be like, I asked Dad if I could do it and he said yes. I never fucking said yes. First of all, you little liar. I didn't say yes. I said it's a bad idea. Okay? That's where that conversation got left. Yeah, this isn't fixing itself. We're going to go ahead and just go ahead and restart the game. Exactly. Exactly, Luke. We've all been there. We've all been there. But my kids have this thing where they like to try to shift the blame. They could be getting in trouble. Oh, man, the wife is pissed and she's getting on them. And they'll be like, but, Dad drank your soda pops. He had 3 of them today, and I watched him do it. Do with that information what you will. And then she'll look at me and be like, you had 3 fucking Dr. Peppers today? 3 of my Dr. Peppers today? I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. They're the ones that broke the outlet. And she's like, I don't give a fuck about that outlet. You drink mine. And I'm like, oh, you little motherfuckers. I see what you did there. I see exactly what you did there. And it worked. Yeah, see, the lag is so bad. The whole time I've been talking, I've been trying to... Yeah, we're going to go ahead and restart the game. Give her a good old fresh start. Do I have any updates going on? Nope. Yeah. 'Cause every now and then I fall apart. Please hold while the Kerbal subscriber you are trying to reach is located. We are attempting to locate the Kerbal subscriber. You know, if I ever came across a substantial portion of money that I could use to do something with, I would start a telecommunication company called Kerbal. Called the Kerbal Telecommunication Company. And I would use that company to build an empire. And then I would not stop, and I would not rest or retire until such time as I'm standing next to Elon Musk, shaking his hand with the opening scissors to the Kerbal Space Program. I would make the Kerbal Space Program a reality before I died. That's what I would do if I was rich. But yeah, my kids are snitches. It's not a matter of if they snitch on you, it's a matter of their motivations and their techniques for doing so. My daughter, that girl's just a gossip. She gets it from her mom. She comes home and spills the tea on everybody. Like, oh, we knew when her teacher had surgery. We knew what her teacher was having surgery for. We knew how long she was, like, she's like, this is everything. She does this. She does that to everybody. She'll come in and be like, yeah, go ahead, talk on the phone. She'll be over, like, coloring a picture, like, pretending she ain't even listening, and next thing you know, you get a phone call from your mother-in-law, and she's like, did you really do this? And I'm like, yeah, but how the hell did you find out already? You don't worry about that. Meanwhile, Nova's over in the corner watching. Alright. So let's try this again. Earth at 200 kilometers. Simulate. Yeah, a 1-inch scar and 2 baby teeth. My mother was not happy. Mothers are never happy. It don't matter. Mothers find a way to be unhappy. In any situation. Okay. So, first and foremost, let's set as target, intercept with a home and transfer window. 3148. Well within our budget. Okay. First, we're going to activate this. Well, we got much better functionality on this one. So this would be the payload. Essentially, this is stage 3. Stage 3 is assuming we can get this entire thing into this orbit from the ground, which we should be able to. The technology exists. But we're going to build this version without asparagus staging to see if McJeb has an easier time with it. By the way, we do have quite a bit of fluctuation in the viewer count, because sometimes I can see it and sometimes I can't. So if you guys are dropping in for the very first time, thank you so much. Welcome in. We are playing Kerbal Space Program on the PC, RP1, RSS, and RO, all installed. And I was talking about this earlier. This might be... every stream we do is potentially the last stream in RP1. I might uninstall the RP1 mod and play through the same exact technology tree, which I think is... I'm hoping the technology tree is in the RO mod pack and not the RP1 mod pack. Because, I mean, it's not going to be a make or break deal for me. We have content. The thing is we have content planned that I need the RP1 mod pack uninstalled for in order to record and produce it. You can't? Well, that's sad. I mean, I could always just keep the mod the way it is and just play our own way anyway. Because I can use the Alt F12 menu to just keep adding money. And I mean, it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Alright. So did we get... See, this is what's confusing, is I set the maneuver up, it executes the maneuver, and I don't have... What the hell is happening here? Why can't I set up a maneuver? Oh, it's because I don't have comms. How don't I have comms? I don't know. So... Alright. I can't remember how to change my focus. Alright, so I'm here. So that means I'm going this way, right? I imagine. Yes. Okay. Good. Because that means I can click. Maybe. What the hell? I can't remember my hotkeys. What if I... Ugh. I mean, there is no different way to achieve your playing style. You should look it up for yourself. 'Cause it's only for Sandbox. There was never a tech tree set up for it. Oh. Wait, RO is just the realism overhaul. Because we're using the RO right now in career mode. Because I always thought realism overhaul, all it did was tweak the skins and the planets, and you know, it made it the realism part of it, the realism overhaul. Because Real Solar System takes care of the planet placements, names, mass, gravity, stuff like that. And then RP... I was under the impression that RP1 was just the career mode portion. Oh, I see what you're saying, Pablo. That does make sense then. That makes perfect sense. All right. Let's see if we can't get to the moon in this jalopy. Let's drop that down some. Sorry, I'm not trying to be quiet. And that takes us 76 meters from the surface. I think that's a wee bit close. 200 kilometers. That's a lot more acceptable. Alright. So now we would pull up McJeb and we'll pull out, is it the planner? Yes. And we will attempt to execute. That's in 22 hours. So what we're going to do is we will jettison that. Well, that's a design flaw. RO adds the realistic parts. RP1 adds the realistic progression tech. And it adds the realistic planets. Got it. That makes sense. I can follow that. So what is what is going on here? Whoops. Wait. First of all, alright, that's not the way to go here. Alright. So, engine. We'll put this down here, and this down here. That should do what we need it to do. So once again, simulate. I know! Everybody drops in and they're like, oh my god, he's simulating it again! Yes. Yes, we are. Because if you're gonna play RP1, you're gonna do a lot of simulating. Did I say a lot? I don't think you quite understand what I mean. Oh, why did I do that? That's not what I meant to do. Set as target. Intercept with a home and transfer. Why is this on? There we go. Alright. That comes up in 42 minutes. So, what we can do in the meantime Yeah, if that's the case, then all I'm gonna do is from now on we'll play this save file and I won't change the mod pack, but I'm just gonna be open and start adding money whenever we're low on money. I'm not gonna worry too much about trying to keep up with the contracts as like a historical thing anymore. We're already too far behind for that. I think we need to refocus about just having good old-fashioned Kerbal fun. If anyone has an issue with Apollo doing Sims, I'll fight you to the death. Nah. I am comfortable with everything that's going on right now. I know you guys don't get to see it, and I don't talk about it enough. There's a reason I don't do hype stuff. If it's not actively in the works, like being done, then I typically don't constantly talk about it. Alright, that's a much better. Wait, what? Oh, it's because of the damn communications. $100,000 worth of communications equipment, and it only works if I'm not too close to the planet. Ain't that a kick in the nuts? Alright. So what happens if I speed it up? I think that'd be fine. Alright, so this can go away. And then we'll see if we can't execute the next node. Ah, damn it. I should have decoupled this and turned it towards the sun before. That's fine. That's fine. All systems are working. Yeah, if you didn't run Sims, it would also be far more expensive. Far more expensive. Whoops, not what I wanted. I wanted this. Okay, so engine on. And do that. And that. Execute next node. And by the way, I am simulating this in the worst possible scenario. What that means is I could wait for a lunar transfer window and probably cut this down to like 1,800 meters per second or 1,500 meters per second. So that means... well, first of all, this button. I kept hitting F1 instead of the number 1. But what that means is that we could cut this down quite a bit. I really wish that the J2s were reignitable. Such a shame. But no, I do have, so the burn is done. We have good separation. We're going to turn retrograde to catch those sun's rays. See, all these antennas in it. Doesn't have signal. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Oh, it's because, see, it's because we're too close. There's no stations right here. So now what we're going to do is turn prograde so we get the first morning sun. And then we'll shut down the avionics to save battery. Alright, as we come around. As we come around. Alright, so let's activate the avionics and try radial in. Normal in, or radial in, I mean. That was normal first. I don't think we're going to get a good sun exposure by, on the automatics. I saw the sun and the moon during the day today. That happens all the time here. Alright, let's just turn that off. Happens if we go... I wish you could just lock a target vector. Okay. This is really messing with my head, by the way. Okay. So... I really wish there was a part you could put on that would just orient it to the sun. Just be like maximum exposure. Set that vector. All right. I think that's as good as we're getting, which is fine. So, we're gonna let that charge up. Alright. Next thing we need to worry about is our mid-course corrections. So, we'll put, what? What are you talking about? Add maneuver. Okay. So, we're going out and coming back this way, I think. So what happens if we slow our roll? Alright. Slow our roll to that. So we have 2,500 meters per second, and we're going to use 15 on this. So let's see what happens. Let's watch what happens, baseball fans. I wonder if I could do this entire maneuver with the RCS. It's only 15 meters per second. Well, by gum, I think we could do it with our RCS. You can right-click while hovering over a node to keep seeing the data. You can right-click while hovering over the node. Oh, yeah, got it. I always forget stuff like that. I don't use it often enough. But no, I do have some content coming up. We're going to do a recorded content, a series for Stellaris, where we're going to play Kerbals. We're going to try to play Kerbals in the galaxy of Stellaris, or in the universe of Stellaris. So the lure for that is Kerbal Space Program covers the birth of their rocketry and the conquering of their star. But then 200 years later, we pick up in Stellaris, where they have interplanetary technology and hyperdrives, and we see how they spread across the galaxy and interact with potentially a new species, and see how they play out into the future of things. Wouldn't it be fun if we find out that the Kerbals evolve into fascists? Tune in to find out. The reason we're trying to do this on RCS only is because our engines, our landing engines, only have so many ignitions. So we want to try to save those ignitions as much. Yeah, and see, we have so much nitrous oxide. There's no reason not to do that maneuver. So we'll put that into the mission plan. We'll do that maneuver on RCS alone to preserve the ignition sequences in the lander itself. We'll reorientate ourselves to the sun. And that's good enough. So next, we need to... Oh. Well, that's not good. We can't have that happening. You're a little bit far into the trip for it. We'll wait till up here. I mean, we do want to skim nice and close. I'm just not sure what nice and close is safely, because what we're going to do is we're going to come out on this path. We're going to go around the back side of the moon. So coming in this way, and we're going to capture, and we're going to slam on the brakes to get as low of an orbit as possible, so we can pick our landing site. Now, ideally, our landing site will be in the light facing Earth, so that way our broadcast can just go straight back to Earth to satisfy the contract. So I just don't know what a good altitude is, because I know the numbers in stock KSP. I guess we'll just live with this for now. It's a simulation, so what could go wrong? I'm not sure what you're doing there, McJud. I mean, I know we have an excessively large amount of nitrous oxide, but you don't have to waste it, McJud. So confused as to what the issue is right now. Okay, what did that do for us? Alright. So this is where we want to slam on the brakes. This is going to be our first major engine burn, because I'm pretty sure it's going to exceed our RCS ability to complete the maneuver in a timely fashion. But this maneuver has actually fallen well within our actual budget. We've budgeted for this. So some of this fuel that we're burning is actually earmarked for this exact purpose. So that looks to be 900 meters per second. And that should leave us, hopefully, enough to do the landing. So, what we need to do now is reorient ourselves once again so we don't lose battery power. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, chat. With advanced mode? Huh. I might have to play with that. That is good information. See? Thank you, Pablo. Alright, so execute next node. Alright, engines should be active now. Hush falls over the crowd as we watch the Delta V numbers. Alright. We do have a problem. So let's do prograde. Or should I do radio out? I think radio out would be a better burn. Okay, we've preserved a good chunk of fuel. I think what a beautiful, beautiful scenery, though. Let's go ahead and begin landing procedures. That also means that we are going to play with our landing assist guidance. Now, I'm not sure how to use this effectively. I would love to be able to pick a target. I don't know how this works. Alright, Pablo, thanks for dropping in and helping out, man. I hope you have a great week. I hope I see you next weekend. Keep an eye out on the channel, man, and see if any of the new projects tickle your fancy. Does it give me... Oh, it does give me a landing prediction. Okay. I'm afraid to time warp. I'm afraid to time warp. I'm not even going to play and lie and be like, oh, yeah. No, I'm afraid to. Not only am I curious to see if this landing stuff works, because that would make our future missions much easier. But that does mean it's going to take a while. hoping that's a safe way to warp on this. I'm just concerned because it's not doing anything. $16.89. Ooh. We are about 100 meters per second shy on that DV count. Maybe the... we could squeeze 100 meters per second out of the nitrous oxide. Actually, I wonder what it would do if I did that, and then I did... It won't let me have control. I'm gonna give it back engine control. I got to speed it up a little bit. Now I'm more confident. The delta V required is down to 1650. It was down there to 1500, a little bit into the 1500, so I think we'll have enough with... If you include the RCS DV, I think we have enough. Because the RCS could easily produce and generate 100 meters per second of delta V right now. Let's see what she does. I don't think the landing guidance did very well. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Honestly, I think the problem was that I time warped. Kaboom. Alright. I think we have the data that we need, though. Alright. So, what are we up to? 14 tons. Not too bad. Alright. So, next. Put that there like that. Can't remember how to do this. Can this not go? I can never remember how to do this. Part? No. Extra radius. Not seeing exactly what I'm looking for here. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Unless I need to just do two different fairings and put both of these on one. I'm not trying to be quiet, guys. I'm just kind of focused in on here. Okay. Can you just, well, Isn't there somewhere you're supposed to be able to pick, like, the shape of it? Like, egg-shaped. I remember that being a thing. Or maybe I'm using the wrong adapter? Maybe this is the one that we're supposed to be using. Hold on. Nope. Same thing. Huh. Well, isn't that... I remember there being a place where you could pick the shape of the fairing. Because they had like egg or something like that. I'm not completely crazy here. Maybe it was a payload adapter that I'm looking for. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah, there we go. That's what we were looking for. Okay. Then we put that on bottom. Mark that up. Alright, so... we'll fix that up in a little bit. That fits nice and snug. I don't... whatever. I don't know if it makes a difference. There we go. Okay, so we have our lander. Okay, now this we'll do like that. How do I make them visible? It's a pedal hinge. Huh. I might leave that on just to see what it does. Okay. Now we're starting to get a rocket going here. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Which one was it? Was it the payload adapter? But this is a different application, so I want to see. Oh, see, we could have got one that went all the way up. You see? Oh, phooey. Oh. I think that looks cool. It's like it's designed to be there. There's probably like some explosive bolts that hold it to a structure inside the engine bell. And when it decouples that stage, when you decouple that stage, it blows out those bolts and separates it from the stage below it in a safe way. Why do I always mess this part up? Okay, I can handle that. Aww. There we go. Okay. All of these last few hours of work, now we figure out exactly how to get this into orbit. Now, I did see this earlier and I'm curious. Oh, that's tiny. That's super tiny. Where are the ones that match this? I want this. I need this. I can't use it though. Alright. So first, this stage needs an avionics core. This is gonna be a cone. That should give it plenty of room for stuff, I think. And then we're gonna do fuel tank, which I do believe needs to be a balloon tank, I'm hoping, because it would really suck to have to redo this. Alright, now let's start with 10 meters and see what happens. Engines. Actually, engine plate first. Okay, now we go to the F1. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F1. Oh, this thing's gonna have to be massive. Come on. I want you. Come on. There we go. Oh wait, this has to be... There we go. And then one in the middle. There's my F1. There it is. So that's our F1 configuration. Oh wait. It's not the F1 that we need. It's the J2s. The F1 comes next. I'm such a silly goose. It's the J2s. Whoops. Oh, come on. You make me take this whole thing apart just to get an engine. I should have just got it out of the list. That's more reasonable. So let's squeeze them in together a little bit more. Right. I think that looks fine. I don't see quite any clipping. So then we can up the diameter of this to match that. And then up the diameter here. And then do more for the length. Then we come in here. Well, before we do that, what burn time do we have on this? Get rid of this for a minute. Okay. And then fill for the J2s. Fill for the J2s. Alright, what does that give us? Holy mother of pearl. Is that the right staging? The F1 engine comes later. I was being silly. Alright. Alright, let's reconsult our... So we have this leg of the journey tackled. So this leg of the journey needs around 3,500 meters per second. Or wait. No. We're over here now. Not sure what to budget for this stage, but we have 4,486 meters per second at a ridiculously oh wait, this is the moon. Now we need to switch to Earth metrics. That's more acceptable, because that's at ground level right here. Even at ground level, our thrust to weight is insanely high. So I think maybe just mean, it's a 10-meter tank. Maybe just... I'm not getting any more burn time out of this. Why am I not getting any more burn time? Huh. Utilization is up. My metrics are not changing at all. What's this? Why are my metrics not changing at all? Can I disable the staging? Procedural fairing. Okay. Huh. Why do I have 3 stages? Oh. Because, okay, I'm stupid. Alright. Stage 1 is up here. Stage 0 is up here. This is our single J2. This is the 5 J2s. Okay, so the next stage down is going to be our F1 stage, our primary lift stage. So okay. Oh, Nelly, this is taking a while. So I think I want to do the same thing up there. No. Oh, no. As cool as that would be, that's not what we're going after. Alright. I can never remember which ones I use for things. Was it this one? Pretty sure it's that one. And then... okay, so then come down here, pin that, pin that. Okay, that's acceptable. We'll leave that all exactly as it is. Next, we need yet another avionics core. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. now, we'll put this as a cone for now. We'll leave it like that for now. And then we'll go to the fuel tanks. And we're going to do a balloon tank again. And then we're going to go up here. And we'll get our F1. Alright, so now let's do an engine plate. Four nodes. Okay. Okay. So now we have our 5 F1s. All right. I know it doesn't look like it, but basically we now have our Saturn V. It's not a Saturn V, but it really is, but it's not. Now, I know we can do probably like this. What's our mass? Whoops. 5, 1, 2. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Okay. So now we take and open this up, and we click this, we bring that height all the way down. Okay, that's all good. So then we take this off. That's 270 tons. So we go in here, go here. So let's do 300 tons. And then for this, we'll do another 1,000 electricity, just as a number to get testing done. Okay. So then we come up here, open this. That's 14 tons. Good God. This is a tall motherfucker. Okay, so that one's already configured. Good. Alright. The only thing left is a launch tower. Where is the completed Saturn V tower? I know it's in here somewhere. I just don't remember where. Was it structural, maybe? No, I think it would be in here somewhere. We just gotta find it. Just gotta find it. Because we used it for a little while. I just don't remember where I found it at. Maybe near the top? No. I found it somewhere strange. It was somewhere strange that it didn't belong. Oh. It's got to be here somewhere. It's got to be in here somewhere. We found it once. We found it once. I really want to go back and use this. I didn't know that was there. Where did I find it? Well, that's just weird. I swear I found the entire thing at one point. And I just don't remember where. Because I didn't build it. Whoops. I got click happy. Come on now. I got click happy on that one. Alright, you know what we're going to do just for the sake of moving this along? See? Makes me feel like it's right in front of my face somewhere and I'm not. I'm just not seeing it. Alright, so stage 1. We have the F1 engines firing, delivering a respectable 1.71 launch thrust-to-weight ratio. Actually, I wouldn't mind topping that out a little bit, but we are already massively tall. $2,312 tons. Little Debbie's for my fatties, and Little Debbie can't hold this. Alright. Massively small. That's a control surface. What was it? C? I think we're gonna have to build our own wing again. Okay, oh wait, that's not that button, it's this one. Man, it's been a while since I've had to do this. You know what? That does kind of make me wonder. Actually, that makes me wonder. Yeah, it did have fins on it. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where was that? Wasn't payload structural, maybe? Why is everything all messed up all the time? Hold on a second. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. All right. So, J. Can't see anything. Okay, there we go. Damn it. I think that's as good as we're gonna get it. I think it looks stupid. I can't get behind it. It looks too stupid. Whoops. There we go. All right. Let's triple check our staging through the whole process. So we want the engines to fire, and then we want that to release. The engines are firing, the engines are firing. Alright, whatever. Alright, so clamps. This can go there. Then the J2s fire. After the J2s fire, this can go here. Where's this one at? That can go there too. Then the single J2. I think this needs to fire up down here. Okay. We finally have a working prototype. 2705. Let's just double check. 2,705. And that's why we check. Okay. Simulate. We finally have a Saturn V-ish build. According to the numbers, we should be good. We are definitely taking longer to load.
feel like I was going a long time.
Super exciting gameplay. Riveting gameplay, I know. But I think I know what's causing it. I'm pretty sure it is because of all of the debris that we have in orbit. We have a lot of satellites. I would guess between 10 and 20.
Alright, yeah, no, we gotta do something about this.
This is going to take 3 days to do one launch.
Alright.
But I am pretty happy for what we did get to do. All right. Terminate. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, we'll leave that one for now. 20. Alright, we reduced it by 20. Let's see what it does. Alright. So let's try this again now. That was my theory, that we have too many objects in orbit. Alright, let's try this again. Engage autopilot. We need to keep track of stuff, so here we go. All right. So far, so good for our Moon Dragon. Reimagined as more of a Saturn V build. Now, if these numbers are to be believed, we should be able to go from the ground to the moon. No problem. Those F1 engines are putting in some heavy work. I just did that because that's what they did in the actual real-life launches. They shut down the center engine to control the thrust-to-weight ratio, acceleration through the atmosphere and stuff. Autopilot's not helping anymore. So we are going to switch to add a maneuver. And are we separated? I want to believe we're separated. I don't want to fire the engines. Does this have fuel in it? Does this have cross feed? Okay. So this stage should get us a circular orbit. The problem is we don't have a way to orient ourselves in this stage. So we do have McJeb working the controls, but McJeb is like, hey, I want to be facing down here right now, so I'm going to stop your time warping because I need to maneuver here, which is fair. But we don't have a way to maneuver in this stage. I wish it would tell me the burn time. Does it do it here? No, it doesn't. Does it tell me up here somewhere? No, it doesn't. Well, that's about dumb as shit. Huh. Some of the stuff. Sorry, I was just reading some of the stuff up here. I don't know if anyone's still watching, but I was just reading. By the way, if anybody is brand new, thank you so much for dropping in. This is Kerbal Space Program on PC. I used to say on PS5, but that was a long time ago. I'm about to just start the engines up and say, fuck it. The problem is these engines only get one fire out of them. And I'm really trying to wait until about 2 minutes. There we go. Because I don't want the autopilot to turn off our engines if we were to activate them right now and it's like, wait, hold, oh, there it goes. No, I was wrong. I thought I heard the audio cue. But I don't want to fire the engines manually. There it goes. See, we trusted in McJeb, and it paid off in the end. Those J2 engines putting in absolute work, delivering a whopping 3.2 and climbing thrust to weight ratio. My goodness, I wonder how much actual pressure they're exerting right now. Thousands of tons of pressure, of force. What if I take this down here? Because I want it to decouple first, and then I want it to do all of the shrouds, and then activate that next J2 for the transfer to the moon. I don't want this J2, this right here, I want this to be our lunar insertion burn. So you see how I designed this this rocket? The lower stage gets us up, this stage gets us around, this stage gets us to, and this stage lands. We are still having problems with McJeb, but we might be able to iron those out with enough sims. I'm confident in this vehicle's ability, and we do have orbit. So now what we're going to do is stage that. What do we got going on here? Stage that. Alright, we have separation failure here. So we'll give that time to iron itself out and see what that brings it. Hoping that would stabilize us a little bit. I'm not trying to burn all our propellant though. Alright, set as target. What's that do? Okay, I think these numbers are acceptable. So that's fine. Okay, we fixed it without causing problems. All right. Oh shit, that was our ride. Ah, tits. All right. Let's just start from scratch. I don't know what I was just thinking. I just destroyed our ride. Alright. Let's try that one more again. That gives us an opportunity to check out these McJeb settings and see what we can accomplish. Alright, so let's open up these PVG settings. Booster pitch rate 1. That looks pretty stock, because I'm pretty sure mine was like 0.5. You know what? Let's do 0.5 at 150. At 200 by 200, coast stage. I'm not going to mess with that right this second. Let's just see what that does. Engage autopilot and stage. Alright, I like that pitch over. I wouldn't mind it happening just a tad bit sooner. Maybe 100 meters per second, but that wasn't horrible. That's nice. That'll control our acceleration. Like the apoapsis. Yeah, the Moon Dragon build. I think we have something that's useful here. It might not be as efficient as asparagus staging, but I think for the sake of the mission, this might be pretty viable. Now, I would really like to get the Saturn V parts unlocked. And I think we should really increase the pitch rate. Let's put that pitch rate back up to 1. something... Stage 0... Stage 0, 0... I don't understand why we're having so many problems with McJeb all of a sudden. It's pretty curious. But the mission must go on. So we're gonna adapt. Okay. So ascent guidance is essentially useless. Execute next node. All right. Actually, I'm pretty curious about something. Hold on, hold on. Create node. Create node 2. Transfer. Hold on, I might be onto something here. If I had had this set up to begin with, minutes. Minutes you're going to be on the ground. Okay, so that's not going to work. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so what we're going to do is restart that real quick. I genuinely do not understand. This is the part that's making me not want to play this no more. I don't understand what's wrong with McJeb. Let's reset to defaults. 200 by 200. Let's see what that does. We might probably need to change that later. I don't see nothing wrong. Okay. See, I don't understand what that means exactly. According to the numbers, this should all work. Alright. I don't know if anyone's still there. I really need to do this during the day so I can see everything happening. I'm not going to bother shutting off the center engine. I really wish I... See, this is what makes me think that something's wrong, because it's given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stage 6s, so it's given 1 for each engine for some reason. I don't understand. I do not know, says I. Something to do with the engine plates. The stupid engine plates do that. And see, autopilot's done now. I don't know. This is what makes me not want to play no more. I genuinely don't want to play anymore. It makes me... it definitely makes me not want to play anymore. Yeah, that makes me definitely not want to play anymore. Not the same way that I've been playing, because if you can't rely on McJeb to do these jobs, I would rather play regular KSP. The amount of complexity that RP1 adds, McJeb is almost necessary. Are you gonna burn? Asking for a friend. There it goes. Oh, we lost an engine. We had a failure to ignite on engine. Oh. Well, it'd be that way some days, I guess. We should have more than enough Delta V on this stage for this. I wonder if auto staging is turned off. Where is auto staging? Nope, auto stage is on. Solids to drop. All right. Okay, so that should give us our orbit, which it does. So now we're going to leave this stage behind. I'm going to leave that off for now, but we are going to get the solar panels deployed just for the extra boost in power. Okay, now we're not going to stage anything. What we're going to do, we're going to go to the map. And we're going to set as target. Intercept with a home and transfer, or the home and transfer window, okay? We're going to intercept it with a good old-fashioned home and transfer window. Okay. Now, this time now, what we're going to try to do. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So now we should just be able to click execute next node. I really don't like how that's floating so far away from that. What is this? Slowly making our way over to that maneuver. Now, we should have more than enough delta V in this stage. In fact, we could probably cut down some of the fuel that we bring with us for this stage. Or maybe just make it a little bit shorter, or leave it the same. Let's leave it the same. Because we might be bringing heavier payloads later up here. So by leaving it the same, we could modify the payload up here, like add stuff or take stuff away, and then just update accordingly from the top down. We are coming up on the end of the stream, though, guys. I don't know, like I said, I can't see if anyone's actually watching. I know the chat hasn't moved in quite a while, so... Oh! I forgot to turn the engine on. Okay, so now we should be able to just go along our merry way. We're going to leave that engine deactivated for now, as we enjoy doing. There we go. Get that bad boy above 90%. There we go, 90% exposure. Alright. What is that at? Alright, so what we need to do is a good old-fashioned mid-course correction. See, back in my day, if you wanted to do a mid-course correction, you had to walk uphill both ways, see. You had to use stone. You had to use stone and tablets and chisels. Stone tablets and chisels is all we had to do our calculations. We went to the moon using stones and chisels. Alright, and now if I do RCS, I shouldn't have to fire up the engines. Friggity frack. All this maneuver is going to do is get us closer to the surface. All right. So now we just have to slam on the brakes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, hold on. Hold on there, big feller. When I said slam on the brakes, I didn't mean that bad. You gotta give it an old tap-taparoo. Can't just slam on the brakes. Okay. Hold on. Where's the sun at? Oh my god, this camera sucks so bad. Alright. Okay, are we recharging now? That was a close call. Okay. As long as you keep it oriented at the sun, it does pretty well. Alright. Now that we're locked on to the maneuver... Oh, it won't let me. Okay, engine's active. The guidance computer has the ball. While that's going on, we'll get our landing guidance out. Our new toy that we're playing with. Alright, pick a target on the map. I think... I don't know if that does it. Alright. Let's let it execute this maneuver, and then we'll click land at target and see what happens. We aim to get a lot of science from this mission, so I know it's taken us like a month to get here, but oh. Wondering why the engine wasn't firing up. Our little CubeSat. Alright, so that's over. Now if I click land at target, what happens? Alright, let's see what you got for me, McJub. What do we have? Does it give me... We're executing our landing maneuver. Well, the good news is the delta V needed is just below what we have. I think that's a good sign. Dude, if we could automate landings right now until McJeb decides to stop working. Alright, let's see what you got, McJeb. So far, I'm a believer. I'm afraid to time warp. This might be the last simulation of the day. Very much looking like it. I really want a time warp. But I'm afraid time warping will mess up the landing sequence. Again, I know this is the most boring thing ever, guys, but I'm terrified that if I... Oh. We have action. I worry about the rotation, but it's doing the rotation itself. That's not me doing that, and I can see we got constant fire from the RCS thrusters, so all the rotation that it's doing is its own fault. Oh. Out of fuel. Kaboom! Alright, we have our first real answer in a while. It's trying to fire the engines. Alright. So, let's beef up the amount of fuel we have. But we are going to have to wait to test it again for another day. Another stream where we accomplished almost nothing. That's the fuel, right? Right. I don't want to go too much on it. I think 2 meters up is fine. Total delta V of 3,200. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I almost want to spread these out, though. The problem here is... The problem is... I like having the hex shape. There's things that I wouldn't mind doing to this craft. You know what we could take a peek at? Wait, what's the difference here? Oh, okay, I see the difference. We could do something like this. What do you guys think about that? It adds a little bit more fuel. if I go here and fill for the KTD, and I click here and fill for the KTD, it does give it a little bit more personality. And then maybe why is that all one structure? Oh, it's because it's below the root part. Alright, I guess that's acceptable. So what if I take this up here? Oh, come on now. Come on. Take these and move them down a slight little bit. Take these. Still got plenty of room. We gotta change that though now. There we go. It's not interfering with nothing right there. Alright. Next thing. Why am I not seeing what I need to be seeing? Huh. Whatever. I'm not gonna fret. We do need to double check the avionics though. 2.9 tons out of 3. Alright, we're fine. Yes, everything needs to be recolored as well. she is absolutely massively enormous. She doesn't even fit in the vehicle assembly bay. We can fix some of that up, but let's save it. Maybe we have time for one more sim. Let me check in the chat. Nope. That's where we're going to leave it for today. So, we have a somewhat working prototype. Doesn't like to work all together, but we'll get there. Thank you guys for dropping in, keeping me company. I hope to see you again next week, and please keep an eye out on the playlist. I don't know when the new projects are going to be dropping out, but it's stuff that I think you guys will like, so let me know. I'll see you next Saturday, bright and early.